Hey guys, perfect timing. I'm Spire. At least get to say hi and have a good night's sleep. So today is Tuesday. Thank you, Scott, for being here and putting that in my chat. I'm going to pin it. Just give me 1 second. Every time I think I'm ready to go live, something inevitably happens. It pushes me back, even just 5 minutes. And I'm like, man, thought I was all prepared. Hey, Cheryl. How are you guys doing today? I was in Baker's chat this morning, and we talked briefly about this yesterday. The ridiculous motion, whatever you want to call it, that Justin made against Kelsey. I am just I couldn't. I literally had to leave Baker's chat, his video, his live. I couldn't listen to it anymore. I was getting so angry. That piece of shit. I'm not going to go into it on this live. However, tonight in my psych night, if you guys join me, we are going to be talking personality disorders. And I thought that would be a better time to address it. Because even though I did have a rant yesterday, I did not read the entire thing. I got the rundown thing, thanks to the virtual juror, the basic bullet points to what he was asking for, which is absolutely ridiculous. So, being that we talked yesterday about doing a psych night and explaining the difference between actual narcissistic personality disorder and just using the word narcissistic as an adjective to describe anyone and everyone you think is just arrogant or selfish or seeking attention. I thought it would be good to bring out what the actual difference is between an actual diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder and the term narcissistic. So we will be doing that tonight at 8:30. I have scheduled it already, so I hope to see you guys there. Oh, Cheryl's at work, so don't work too hard. Beware of language used. You will lose it on this. Wait, the language I used or the language he used? Because as we all know, the F word comes flying out of my mouth, especially when I'm on a rant. So if I need to be careful of my words based on his bullshit once I read it, oh god, I'm gonna have to read it in advance, way in advance, then to cool off before I talk about it, because hearing the bit I did in Baker's this morning, my blood was boiling, my heart was racing. I was getting extremely upset. So upset that I literally had to leave his live. I couldn't watch anymore at the moment. I was going to freak out if I didn't stop. Cuz that piece of shit, I swear. Yeah, M Spire, have a good night's sleep, okay? Thanks for stopping by, sweetie. Um, I don't know. Spire, I know you were in Baker's chat. Cheryl, I don't know if you listened to at Baker read. I don't know if you even read it all, but because like I said, I left. I just couldn't take anymore at the moment. Um, hey, Nefarious. Thanks for stopping in. So, but with that being said, like I said, I heard a bit of it being read by Baker. I am planning on reading the entire thing myself today. I will have to read it in advance before our psych night tonight so that I can um, take a minute to calm myself, because just listening to the bit I did in Baker's today this morning, I was ready to blow a gasket. It just pisses me off that there are people like this in the world. So, see you when you get back, Cheryl. Um, Scott, were you the document? Thanks, Scott. Were you in Baker's chat this morning? Did you listen to him go over it? Did he read the entire thing, if you know? Yeah. I was talking about that in the chat before I left, because you guys that know what have heard me talk a little bit about the psychological and emotional abuse that I had taken in the past from not only my ex-husband but my dad my entire life. Um, I think that's why it was hitting me so hard that I literally had to leave. I couldn't listen to anymore. Um, when I read and this is where I hit my limit, was after Baker read the letter that she wrote to Justin, saying how sorry she was. It struck a nerve, because how many times I've done the exact same thing, I can't even count. And it's not because I I truly felt I was in the wrong and I was being a bad girlfriend or a bad daughter or a bad whatever. It was because I wanted to appease the other party. I wanted to end the conflict. I wanted to make them happy. So I thought the best thing to do would to be apologize and just be done with it. And I still, even to this day, I'm a stronger person now, but I still constantly tell people I'm sorry, just to end any sort of conflict. And that's just because of what I dealt with in my past. And when she was going over that, or when Baker was going over that this morning, it was all of that emotion that I dealt with myself was being like brought to the surface. And if anyone, it, there was someone in Baker's chat, which was another thing. It took everything I had not to say something nasty to this person in the chat saying, oh, well, Kelsey was a bad girlfriend and, she needed to take responsibility. No, no, no. You obviously have never been in a position to feel the need to apologize, just to end some sort of conflict, or because you're trying to appease another party. And you do and say whatever you can to do that, even if it's admitting that you're a horrible person, even though it's not the case. And they break you down so much to the point when you do that over and over and over again, to a point that you start believing it. So then the apologies become less about appeasing the other person, and it truly becomes like, oh my god, I'm a horrible person. They don't People like that make comments like that don't realize how quickly someone can break down another person. And it truly makes me sick to look at all that Kelsey has gone through, and she's still getting shit like this said on the internet. And people look at Justin, and all the shit he's fucking doing and has the nerve to ask for a 14-panel drug test when he's the one on camera smoking who knows what that is. Because as other people stated, and I had, it didn't even look like um, the proper vessel to use pot. It looked like something else. And it was like 10 other people said that in Baker's chat this morning too. So at least I didn't feel so like, okay, maybe it's just me because I don't smoke pot. I've never done drugs. I've done pot 3 times in my entire life. Um, so I don't have anything to compare it to. So I didn't say anything, but like several other people were like, that doesn't even look like the right thing. And you hold in the smoke in your lungs. And uh, I have to be the first to admit, like, I had my opinion, but I couldn't really say anything because I don't know. But I obviously wasn't the only one thinking it. Melanie Little read it yesterday while on vacation. Oh God, that probably ruined the hell out of her vacation. Oh, I'm so sorry that's what she'd had to deal with on vacation. Hey, James. Spire says, my ex-husband was mentally abusing for 18 years. Yeah, see? Yeah, I know that I'm not the only one who gets it. Always sorry for everything. Yep. She's going to bed. Okay, sweetie, have a good night's sleep, honey. Nefarious says, I get annoyed by people in chats too a lot, Scarlett. Yeah. And I'm not one. And still, this goes back to what I just said. I hate conflict. Like, I can't, I run away from it. Okay. I, I don't, when someone says something like that, and it's ridiculous, people that troll the chats and people that, that's one thing. But when you come in to someone's chat who obviously, like Baker, has a strong opinion um about the situation with Justin and Kelsey, by what he's seen. And from what I heard and what I've seen from Baker, I believe Baker thinks the same as I do, that that letter wasn't not an apology because she truly thought she was in the wrong. It was an apology to appease him. And so when you see a-holes in the chat that make stupid ass comments to the complete opposite, it just pisses me off that I want to say something, but I can't because you know what I do? The problem with me is that I still to this day, I would start if I said something and it caused some sort of discourse or conflict, in especially in Baker's chat or someone I truly respect and don't want to cause any drama for, I would be the one to concede and say I'm sorry, even though I'm not sorry for my opinion about this matter. But I would do that because I've been conditioned to. I was conditioned to for years and years and years and years. That's why I recognize what I heard in that letter. And I'm not the only one. It looked like something else to me and my hubby as well. It did? Okay. Let me ask you, isn't the when you light a what is it called? Is it called a pipe? Um when you smoke marijuana out of a thing, a bowl. Isn't it called a bowl? That's it. It just came to mind. It's called a bowl, right? Smoke a bowl, right? Not a pipe. Bowls are shaped a little different. And do you really have to light it that many times? And not only that, when you take in marijuana smoke, don't you hold it in a little bit? And that being said, when you blow it out, you don't get that much smoke. I've been around other people that have used it. that have done dabs with a bong and have used a bowl. I've never seen it have to constantly be lit like that. Um, and I've never seen that much smoke come out of one inhale. And my most recent ex did it a lot because he had back pain, severe back pain. And he did it every day, okay, for pain purposes, before he went to sleep. Um, and he still coughed. Like, every time he would breathe it in and then hold it and let it out, he would cough. And I didn't, unless I missed it, I didn't see, um, Kasi G, I'll find it. Do you want to come on, Kazi? I can send you a link too. I'm trying to find the video. Because I use, as you can hear, it just makes me respond. I use a nicotine vape, a small mod, not disposable one, a refillable one with coils and everything. And that causes a lot of vapor or smoke or whatever you want to call it. But I've never, I'm getting the circle of death. Hold on, guys. You can in a little while? Okay. Let me find this video. It pisses anyone off. Yeah. So James, I won't let them bug me. I just feel bad when I can't stick up for Kelsey the way that she deserves to be stuck up for. But I know other people do it for me. So I just wish sometimes that I had the backbone of other people. I just don't. That's what I was thinking. Or crack. And that's, I've seen, because I did, Scott, I used to work with, I've talked about this before. My first job out of college, I did intakes for parolees, probationers, and prisoners into dual diagnosis rehab programming, inpatient. I dealt with a lot of probation and parole officers and inmates and all that stuff. And we could see crime, especially drugs. We'd see photos and things like that were in their file. And I have seen on many occasions what a crack one looks like. They're straight as far as I remember. Now, this was years ago. Things may have changed. And like I said, I've never done it, so I can't really say. But that is what it reminded me of. The shape of it being straight with all the smoke that was coming out, it truly made me wonder. And I wasn't the only one. Okay, so here it is. I got it. There's two of them. Oh, this isn't the one. Hold on. I gotta find the one that Baker showed this morning. I guess I could just show Baker's. Hold on, let me go to Baker's because at least that way I know it's the right video. So give me one moment, please. Sorry.
running the show. Marissa is
to withhold.
Come on. Why won't... I can't get it to show the preview. What the fuck? Maybe, hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm being an ass. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the video because he said it could be either of those two, but it doesn't sound like weed. That's what I thought. So it is a bowl. That's what's okay for cannabis. Some people say pipe. You do have to keep lighting it. Okay, thank you. No, you're good, Nefarious. I'm trying to figure it out, and that's why trying to find, they make smaller pipes called one hitters, metal or glass, half pencil size. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. That's why I'm asking, because I literally have no clue. But that's why I figured if I show you, because especially since Kazi asked, he had the perfect video. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. I turned his sound off because I don't want to use Baker stuff without. I just want you to see this video. Look how much smoke comes out. Like that's one thing I do know with my ex who used to dab and smoke. Never had that much smoke, and he would keep it in his lungs. He would hold it in for a little bit anyway, and he would cough. And he used it every day, and he would still cough. Look how fast he's doing it too. Like I don't know. To me, that's not what I've seen, but I've never done it either. So I could be totally wrong. I just look how many times how fast he's just like. I'm gonna play it again just for one more time in case you missed it. Just watch how many times he does it. While you watch that again, I'm gonna send Kazi a link in case he wants to join when he can. What do you guys think? So Birdman says definitely unusual unless he just really wanted to get super high super fast. Most people hold it in. Well, that's why if he wanted to get super high super fast, wouldn't he want to hold it in? Look at how many times he likes the dang. Like I don't know. To me, it's just I don't know. That's why when I thought it, I didn't say anything because I thought maybe I just don't know. But then other people in the chat were saying what I was thinking, and I was like, what? So maybe I'm interested in anyone that currently or in the past has used cannabis. If it looks like that ever, no matter what you use, I don't know. Are you talking to me, James? um, I don't know. You guys tell me what you think, because I guess I really don't know. I only know what I've seen with one person. And so it's weird to me. You're talking to me? What did I do? What did I do, James? Talk about stupid weed. It okay, I'm so confused. It's weird, but him holding it down like that probably wouldn't be because it would fall out. But it's also a crappy video. Yeah. Confused about I don't know what what did I say? You said, am I retarded? And I said, are you talking to me? He said, yes. Talk about stupid weed. What did it because I called weed stupid? I didn't even remember saying it. That's why I'm confused. I'm not flipping out over it. I'm not flipping out over anything. I was asking because I didn't know. It didn't look like that to me. And then I said, well, other people. Shit, hold on. Damn it. Anyway, what I was saying is that other people had the same thoughts that I did. Sorry, guys. I had to answer a call and tell them I'd call them back. They wouldn't stop calling. Jeez, okay. Anyways, my point, I don't know. I am not flipping out. Nothing, Zach. I was going over the video that that Baker went over this morning of Bustin' Justin smoking whatever it was in the window, and how other people had an opinion about it, about what it could be or maybe not be, and I don't know. Laverius says if he exhales that quick, he's wasting the weed. So see, that's what I'm saying. I just don't have experience on it. I was asking questions. Anyways, my computer is not behaving either this morning. What the hell? Or afternoon. It's afternoon. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm not an aficionado, so I don't know either. But I had questions. I was talking, I said, my last ex-boyfriend I lived with for 3 years, over 3 years, he used it every day because he had back pain. He would use it when he was getting ready to go to bed, so to help alleviate pain. Now he used to smoke pre-rolls, and he would I'm saying that right, it's dabbing when you use wax. And so my point is that whenever I watched him do, and he did on a regular basis, is he would breathe it in either way and hold it in, and using either one, he would blow it out and there wouldn't be that much smoke. So I just was starting to ask questions because I don't know. No. I have no issue with it. Trust me, if it worked for me, because I got my medical marijuana card in Michigan even before it was illegal, no matter what here. I tried to use it because, like I said, my ex-boyfriend would go to the dispensaries all the time, and my doctor actually recommended it for my migraines. And so I've tried it 3 times. I've literally tried 3 different ways. I thought it was twice, but someone asked me if I used an edible once, and I did. So I've literally tried it 3 times, 3 different ways. I've dabbed once, smoked once, and I've eaten a piece of a candy bar. They're titrated once. And all 3 ways, I got so sick to my stomach, I felt like wasted drunk. I was like, no. I felt sick. And I didn't want to feel like that again. Yeah. Like, just confused and asking if anyone else, had the same thoughts I did. Because people in Baker's chat brought it up too. So anyways, that's where I'm at. And then Kazi asked, I overdid it each time. Well, I see, when you never used it before, I don't know how much. So when I mean, both times, like, that I smoked and did the dab or whatever, I literally, the dab was 1. I did 1, and I apparently inhaled too much because I thought I was going to cough up my lungs. And then when I took I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 hits off of a pre-roll. Very small ones, because that was the very first time I ever used it in my entire life. So, and then the candy was titrated in 10 milligram pieces, I think it was, and I only ate half of it. So, I don't know. I just didn't like the way it made me feel, because trust me, if it helped, hey, I have nothing against it. First of all, it's legal. Second of all, if it works for you and you know, hey, dabs kill you. I swear to God, I thought I was gonna cough up a fucking lung. I was coughing so bad, I was like, I couldn't breathe. My boyfriend at the time was laughing at me. He thought it was hysterical. I just kept waiting. The first time I ever did it, I just kept waiting for that moment to kick in where I just laugh at everything, because that's where, when you've never done it before and everyone tells you how it makes you relax or it just makes you giggle, and especially the way they portray it in the movies. And as we know, it's not the way it is in the movies and TV, but still, I was still somehow waiting for that moment when I was just going to start laughing at everything, and it never kicked in. So, whatever. Um, I wonder if Kazi G saw the actual video. Did he? No. Okay, yeah, he did see it. Okay. Um, I don't know if Kazi G's gonna be. He said he will jump on in a little bit. Hopefully, he'll be able to join us, because we are gonna finish Ian Whiffin's testimony today. But that will be it, because I am doing my 4th psych lesson tonight on personality disorders at 8:30. So I hope to see you all there if you can make it. I'm sorry, I had to send a text. Okay, so some people get paranoid from it. Yeah, I do know that too. Thankfully, I've never had to witness it. Nefarious says, dabs kill me too, and I am an everyday partaker. So, okay, so when you, since you use it every day, let me ask you one question. I just want to know, when you, no matter how you use it, whether it's dabs or smoking or whatever, obviously not edibles because there's no smoke, but would you still cough after you take a hit of it? Because my ex did. No matter how he did it, he would cough after every fucking time. And he was an everyday too. I think that was what hit me with that video of Justin more than anything, was I didn't even see him cough. Barbara says, I prefer to smoke. I enjoy the process and the high. I seriously wish I could. Kazi G says, I used to love smoking weed, but it's too damn strong these days. Well, all the times that I used all 3 times were in the year 2018. So 8 years ago. I don't know if they're the same as they were 8 years ago or not. Do I need a case study? I'll take whatever you want to share if you got something. Hey, Moni G. Steven says, just got back from New Jersey a little while ago. What did I miss? Afternoon, everyone. I was just talking about that video that of Justin, Elaine, Bustin, Justin, whatever the fuck you want to call him, smoking whatever. It just, to me, it didn't look like weed, and I was trying to get people's opinions. So Nefarious says, yes, I cough a bunch. Not every time, though. Okay. But did anyone see him cough at all? Like, especially with how quickly he was taking it in. Oh, yeah, the phrase cough to get off is real. Yeah, it sure is. Some do, some don't. Most do. Gotcha. I smoke greens only, no dabs or edibles. The edibles, what got me with the edibles is I thought since you knew exactly how much you were pretty much getting because the candy bar, the piece of candy I ate, like I said, it was titrated. So it was like a Hershey's bar where it has like cuts in them. So one square or rectangle or whatever was 10 milligrams. And based on what I was being told at the dispensary and by my boyfriend who used it every day and everything it said, you could do all of it and it shouldn't be too much. And so I only took half because they did warn me that edibles take longer to kick in and they last longer. So I was like, well, shit, if I get stuck feeling like that even longer, I'm gonna be in trouble. So I took half and I still got sick to my stomach. Like, whoop. See, this is what I'm saying. Birdman said I took a 5 milligram gummy and I thought I was gonna die for 5 hours, right? That's how I felt. I don't know why it makes me feel like that. It sucks that it makes me feel like that. Because trust me, it would be better if it didn't. Because then I could use it for my migraines. Too hard to see if he coughed. I guess when I say I just picture the way, like I said, I have one really reference to go by. And I picture the way my ex would cough. And oh my God, he was all dramatic. That if he had been coughing in a video like that, you would have been able to tell he was fucking coughing. Let's put it that way. What is the devil's lettuce? Is that what you're, Moni G? Is that what you're calling marijuana? Because I know you partake, don't you? Afternoon, my fellow Emperor Zach, says Stephen. Oh, Barbara, you are offering to be a case study for personality disorder stream. Totally different buzz. So between edibles and smoking, they're different buzz. See, with me, I got the same fucking sick feeling. So what is it? Like, am I allergic to the shit or what? So not fair. Drugs are bad, okay? Okay. I didn't. You guys wanting to be a case study for tonight. Hey, Darvader. Sativa. Yeah, I've heard about it's indica, right? And sativa, and one of them makes you more mellow, and one of them makes you more giddy in a way. Like, I don't know. Is that even real? I've heard people talk about that too, where people say there's not really a difference, but some people say there is. So that too, I don't know. Oh, got you. Devil's lettuce is a thing Baker says he's never done. Got it. Yes, that's how I know. We're talking about cannabis, the weed. Because I just, no matter how I used it, it made me sick. So I wonder, can you be allergic to that shit? I mean, I guess you can pretty much be allergic to anything. Makes me wonder now. Zach is here. Fuck my life. Sativa makes you smile. Indica means in the couch.
Oh, I see. You guys are funny. I did okay. See, you can see I don't use this because I literally I've never heard this before. So indica means in the couch, relaxing. Gotcha. See, that's the one I would want. One is energizing and one is relaxing. There is a huge difference. Oh, everybody says there is a huge difference. Oh, okay. When you eat it, there is a different chemical reaction that happens. That makes sense. Because you're actually metabolizing what you're eating instead of it just entering your bloodstream through your lungs. Thank you guys. You guys are giving me an education. I feel so educated now on it. Yay. Thank you. Zach did a gummy one time, hated it. So James says too, indica is mellow, sativa is an upper. Okay. Darrader says not usually unless they add chemicals to it. Sometimes they do so to kill the seeds. Steven says my customer sent his payment certified mail on 3/31 from Northborough, Massachusetts, 20 miles from my P.O. box. It went to Boston, to Shrewsbury, to Boston, to Shrewsbury, and now to another facility. U.S. government efficiency. What the fuck is wrong with them? I don't get. I've seen that shit happen too. It's like depending on where their hubs are, like if something comes FedEx or UPS or whatever, I've seen it go from literally Michigan to Ohio back to Michigan. Like it's so dumb. Zach says, I didn't care about anything, and it lasted all evening. I canceled a camping trip the next morning that I had planned for months. See, because it's not something you can just get rid of either. So if it makes you feel like shit, man, you're screwed for the next several hours. Edibles don't do anything for nefarious. Oh, Moni G, you didn't get me with one. I have no idea what song that is. At least not by those lyrics, anyways. For once, you got me. Didn't get the song stuck in my head. Barbara says, I also search each strain before buying it and check the common negative effects and avoid the ones that say anxious. Yeah, I couldn't do anything that said anxious either. I have enough anxiety as it is. I don't need any more. I didn't even care if I had a business while I was on it. Oh, man. Oh, it's a Cosby reference. I didn't remember that one. Shrewsbury. Is it Shrewsbury? Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury. I know I can never pronounce Massachusetts these names correctly. I did get Worcester though. Only because I had heard it before. The font's a little weird. Okay, let me change it. I actually meant to change it and I forgot. So let's see. Where's the one I like? I like ones that are big so I can read them And yeah, see, that's too hard to read. That's too small. Nope. I like them bold. What the hell? Nope, too small. Nope. Why can't they just make the normal ones in here? These are all weird names. I can't remember the one I used the other day. I liked it. What the hell? Where'd it go? I know. Now I'm gonna just get pissed. I'll just leave it on that one. That one's normal, just a regular one. Oops. There. Just make it bigger. There we go. Now you got, see, now Zach got a song stuck in my head because I do know that one. Short and fat. Shut up. And they're like my fingers, which are short and fat. I'm gonna have a seizure. Sorry, I stopped. Do I like Benanu? I don't know how the fuck to say that. I don't have that one on here, do I? Nope. Yeah, they don't have the normal fonts in StreamYard. It's so weird. There were all the ones, they're not even named. Like, look at this one. I'll just change it once so you guys don't have a stroke. This one is called Creepster. Okay, that's the name of it. It's called Creepster. Okay, like if that tells you anything. That one. They're not normal names of fonts. Moni G says, I like a solid typewriter font. I'm sick of the curves. Give me a good block letter any day. Oh, it's okay. I probably couldn't have read it even if you spelled it correctly. Fonts always have some funky name. You have to get cracking, Moni G. All right. It's cold out today, at least, but it's sunny. So, like a creepy movie. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying. The fonts on StreamYard, they have some weird names. They don't have, like, the normal name fonts. And they don't have that many to choose from. I basically went through them all. Besides the cursive ones. That makes me want to dance to the Monsters theme music, Creepster. That's what it looks like. I mean, look at it. That's what it reminds me of too. It's funny you said that. Because what it made me reminds me of is like the Addams Family or a vampire movie. Although there is this one, I will change it one more time. This one is called Vampiro 1. Like, how the fuck do you read that? Even that big, I can't read that shit. And this one just reminds me of my dad's handwriting because he writes all in caps. With the funky, I don't know. I don't know why some of these look just so weird to me. All right, let's go back to regular for now. Monster. Oh, I think I do have that one. Let me see. What was that one again? Nope, don't have that one. That's the one I use. That's the one I use in Canva a lot. I knew it looked familiar, but they don't have that one either. Hey, Maylin, how you feeling, sweetie? Oh, your mom is in the ER right now? She'll be okay, but we are waiting on meds right now for her. Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. I hope that you're feeling better today, too. Lots of thoughts and prayers your way, honey. Darvader says, lost my boobies after breastfeeding and lost my ass because of genetics. Luckily, I also lost interest in men because I basically turned into a boy. Oh, God. Oh, I am. And this is another reason, going back to listening to that bullshit and bringing back all those memories I dealt with. It's the one good thing that I also celebrate, being 47 and single. I don't have to deal with any of that shit. I do what I want when I want. My son is a grown adult who is doing wonderful in life. He's got his own place, a great job. I'm so proud of him. So I'm enjoying not ever having to basically bow down to anyone ever again and feel the way I used to have. I used to feel in my relationships. Maylin, everyone is sending you lots of love and well wishes. Zach says, PSA, I love sardines. I love blackberry lemonade. They do not pair well together. Ew. I like blackberry lemonade, but sardines, I am not a big seafood fan. I like shrimp, and that's about it. And I hate coconut. So I hate coconut shrimp. But I like shrimp. Shrimp scampi is my favorite. Yeah, I love Canva. I'm addicted to it. I'm having so much fun with it. As you can see, my thumbnails have changed. I'm just really enjoying playing around with Canva. Type in 911 on Wingdings too. I don't have Wingdings 2 on this program. I'll have to do it elsewhere. But why? What does it do? Hey, Darth Vader, I didn't mean to laugh at you. I was just laughing at what it said as a joke. Because I know that's not true. Come on now. Oh, geez. Stop that. We're not going to laugh at anyone's body. But I thought you meant the words as a joke. Words can be laughed at. People's bodies and people, no. Thank you, Nefarious. I'm getting better and better at the thumbnails every day. I'm having lots of fun too. All right. So thank you guys for chatting with me for a little while. Let's get into this. Only because I mean, I could sit here and chat with you guys all day. I love it. But I do want to get through Ian Whiffin's testimony. And since I am streaming tonight, I do have stuff I have to work on before I stream my psych night, because I have something I have planned for that stream to make it a little fun. So let's get into Ian Whiffin. This is where we left off on his direct yesterday. We have just under an hour on his direct.
Or 50 seconds.
This location data or this circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle.
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't know. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data ranging between 61-meter accuracy and 17-meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately, and all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like, there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 48 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records. Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive.
Yeah, we're going to be there in less than about 40 minutes.
Location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview
we'll
Road
be
is.
getting to cross, and
We
then
can see
if anyone
although a lot
needs
of these
wants to
location
come back
data
when
do
cross
overlap
starts, it's about
with
40
that
minutes.
point, there are location information here that doesn't. At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again. Is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier, around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17 seconds, same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds, accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of the circle. Obviously, the top side of the circle now includes a part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle and the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So
Sorry, guys. Damn it.
point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered? Could that affect it?
That could also
I
affect
didn't
it.
even
If
realize
somebody's lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could
But
affect
I know what spot
Could being in a building
Paper.
affect it?
it. Could.
we were talking about.
Done that one at 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, refining information more. We've got an 8-meter accurate radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side.
Okay, Darth Vader, have
And
a
then
great
accuracy of
rest.
7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds. Again, showing
We'll,
that
we'll
same
take
general
care of
area.
that for you.
Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly dropped off again, and we see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all. But we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes, 29 seconds, only showing records of 25-meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information, which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10-meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
I'd like to ask you some questions about this photograph. There's a red circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle.
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10-meter accurate or better location record. I chose to not show the accuracy radius circle on this image, just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Your Honor. Sustained, ask it again differently, please.
Was this circle, did it include low frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
The fact that the center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement, it could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots, given the range, 10 meters or under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Your Honor.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions
Now
about
would be
this?
a fine time, Laura.
All right, folks, why don't we take our morning break?
That'll be a fine time, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffin, before we go into the next subject area, I'd like to ask you about the location data. Based on your review of the location data, do you have an opinion whether the location data throughout the evening is consistent with John O'Keefe's cell phone being near the flagpole the entire night?
I believe it is, yes.
I asked you whether you had an opinion whether it was consistent with. I didn't ask you if you had an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Are there other things that you looked at that you will consider in addition to the location data to have a more certain opinion?
There is.
And is the next thing that you considered Apple healthcare data?
It's the Apple Health data, yes.
We asked about it, or I asked you about it earlier on, but I just want to talk about it a little bit before you show us and present to us the data that you've compiled for us. Is Apple Health data different than when you have like an Apple Watch?
No, it's the same Apple Health data recording on the phone or the watch. The only difference is the sensors being used to do that monitoring. So if you're just using the phone, obviously you're only using the sensors in the phone. It's limited to steps walked and to altitude climbed. If you're wearing a watch, it can also do those things, but it can also add things like blood pressure monitoring and things like that.
Does Apple Health data require an internet connection?
It doesn't, no.
So it's all self-survives on the phone itself?
It is.
So without having an internet connection, it will still store the data?
Correct.
If I have an iPhone, is it storing health data even if I didn't ask for it to do so?
Yes. Unless you actively turn the feature off, it will by default try to track movement.
Is it something that is hidden that I wouldn't see unless I look for it?
No, there's an application for Apple Health, and then the settings are quite obvious in the settings screen.
Apple Health data tracks movement of the phone?
Correct.
When you were considering the Apple Health data in this case, did you begin looking for the Apple Health data before Mr. O'Keefe's phone began approaching Fairview Road?
Yeah, I started again at around midnight and looked at the health data up until 6:30 a.m. on the 29th.
The different points when you tracked Apple Health data, is that helpful even if you're only trying to isolate a certain point in time?
It can be, yes.
Does it help determine whether or not it was working properly? If it was
It can determine whether it's working properly. It can determine an average kind of walking speed, for example, of a person, the average gait that the person may walk with, if that was important.
If a person has an iPhone and they're moving and it registers Apple Health data, and then they stop moving, and the healthcare data doesn't register because there's no movement, would the Apple Health data resume movement even if somebody else picks up the phone?
It would. The phone itself doesn't care who's carrying it. It just looks for movement.
So it doesn't identify the owner in order to register movement?
Correct.
Does it identify the owner in order to register
Better
movement?
question.
It doesn't, no.
Could you turn to the next part of the data analysis that you did,
Yes.
please?
So the two sources that I got the Apple Health data from were a database called healthdb_secure.sqlite. This, as I said earlier, is the typical database that's used to store long-term information about the health activity that's been recorded. So this database can have years worth of steps taken, flights climbed, and any other kind of health data that's been recorded. The downside to that is that the information is aggregated. So you see chunks of time and multiple activities can happen within those chunks of time. The cache encrypted C.SQLite database is much more temporary, but is much more granular. So we can see exact times that flights were climbed, for example, or at least you can see the exact time that the flight climb was recorded to the device. And then that information is aggregated into the larger chunk of time. So again, we might see within the cache encrypted C individual flight climb events that occurred, for example, 30 seconds apart. But by the time that information is written to the HealthDB secure, you're now looking at a 10-minute time period with 3 flight climb events, as opposed to 3 individual flight climb events with individual timestamps. Typically, that source is not used because the data is not stored there for very long. The information I found on John's phone was essentially these 5 records. So between 11 minutes and 9 seconds and 21 minutes and 5 seconds, there were 170 steps recorded by the device.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to stop at each one and ask you some questions. At the time period between 12/11/09, 12/21/05, you don't have any independent information where John O'Keefe or his cell phone were, do you?
The location data that I showed to begin with on Washington Street was around 12 minutes after midnight. So the presumption is that's where the location was at that time. And then 21 minutes and 5 seconds, the device had already started using Waze. It was already driving along Denham Street or had turned onto Maplecroft.
What time did you say that Waze was initiated?
It was approximately 19 minutes and 30 seconds-ish.
Thank you.
Again, we see at 21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period. And again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffin, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time, 12/24/37, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12/22/14 to 12/24/37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time. And my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12/31/56 to 12/32/16 time period. We can see larger ranges in the time period range. That is a smaller range comparatively.
Yes.
At 12/31/56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C, looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates the times based on that.
So 12/32/16 would be the last steps taken for that cell phone.
Correct.
And in between that time period, there's 36 steps. You shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps. Other than the movement that equates the steps, can it tell anything about what direction, the positioning, how the phone was moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could
line.
it have been somebody pacing?
It could have been.
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
Yes. Jumping, if they were jumping forward, essentially.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Formally question, sustained.
After 12:32:16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
I'll strike it.
Please continue.
Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database, I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records. And I showed those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
So you're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12:22:14
Correct.
to 12:24:37 when the phone stopped near the flagpole.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the first record at 22:17, a flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the location was, where the device was at that time. The second record is 22 minutes and 32 seconds, showed with a green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight, shows with an orange line down here outside 34:30. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred. So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS, and found that on average, there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So it's just based on the time that the device takes to poll the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So I took that average data between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it onto this graph, which also plots the altitude of the device over time. So the red line here shows the time according to the cache encrypted C database where the first flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that with the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded, the flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred within this red gradient is sufficient to trip a flight climb event. When we look at the second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds, this is shown on this chart as a green line. And again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event to be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change. We then don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there at 24 minutes and 37 seconds. And again, working back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25 to 28, 29 meters. Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
This is just.
I'd like to ask you,
Sorry.
This
continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
Pisses me off.
I then compared that information to a topology website from the area, according to a topology website data, and plotted that out here. We see the red circle now is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, the orange circle
But
to the
when,
third flight climb.
when
The gradients that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph.
about
So the
his
presumption is that within this
the
red
exact
gradient
route.
is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second
No,
flight
you
climb
don't
event
allow
occurred.
it.
And within the orange gradient here is where the third flight climb event occurred. The white circles show the altitude of that particular location according to the topology website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of altitude information. And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffin, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time, was the Waze data app initiated?
It was.
And did that indicate whether or not Mr. O'Keefe or his phone were traveling in a car at that time?
Appeared to still be traveling in a car.
At 12/22/32, was the Waze data initiated and active?
It was, yes.
And at that time, does the data indicate that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was in a vehicle and moving?
It does.
And you showed us a slide finally from 12/24/37 that the vehicle was still moving 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct.
And was the Waze data initiated and active at that time, 12/24/37?
If I remember correctly, Waze had closed about 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
Now, based on your study of the Waze information, the location information, the topography, and the healthcare data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether the indication on the healthcare data reflecting flights of stairs, do you have an opinion whether or not that was registered as a result of a person holding a phone, walking upstairs, or for some other reason?
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device was in a vehicle traveling on a road going up an incline versus the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs.
Thank you. You can continue, please.
Okay. So I'll address the idea of 3 clocks, which I believe was brought up.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
Why don't we just explain to the jury how clocks work in an iPhone?
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway.
Okay.
Maybe worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is one clock on an iPhone. It's the clock that you see. It's shown in the top corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message, the time that's shown in the database is related to the time that you can see on the phone. When you do health activity, it's related to the time that you see in the top corner of the phone. Everything is related to that time. The difference is within the current PowerLog databases. It's a subset of files stored on iOS devices. They use what's called a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can actually be trusted to see when events occurred. It's the way that the device records time. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset, basically. And I'm sure most people can recall a time where you would set a clock on a digital device, come back to it 3 or 4 months later, and the clock's now not quite as accurate as it was when you left it. Time starts to drift. It might drift forward and be faster. It might drift slower and be further behind. That essentially happens with the monotonic clock as well. So you have to take the values that the monotonic clock provides and add or subtract different values, which are essentially offsets, in order to get the accurate time. And that's what I'll be displaying in this slide here. The confusion with the idea of 3 clocks, I believe, comes from the way that Magnet Axiom product displays PowerLog data. They show a monotonic date and time, a baseband date and time, and a display date and time within the PowerLog records. As an examiner, it's really good to see this data and understand how the tool is determining these values. As an examiner, it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they aren't. And I'll start to talk through how this information works. So the other thing that Axiom shows, as well as the monotonic baseband and display times, is they show the location where this information came from. In this case, we have 2 tables. One is called PL Springboard Agent Event Forward S block. And that is what this table is here. And you can see we've got an ID number, a timestamp, and a value of locked. But we also show a second table that's involved called PL Storage Operator Event Forward Time Offset. And that's this table at the bottom here. So again, we see there's an ID, a timestamp, baseband, kernel, and system values. These values all need to be read together in order to make sense of the data. So for example, if I take the timestamp that's shown here, the 1643 33687 number, if you treat that as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, it's what we call a Unix epoch. That will get you the timestamp of 29th of January 2022 at midnight, 21 minutes and 27 seconds once you account for the UTC-5 offset. And you'll see that that is the same timestamp that Axiom shows here as the monotonic time, 12:21:27.
This just goes back to
What we need to then do is
trying
take
to
that monotonic
confuse
time
everybody.
and
This
add
is
it to the
just
baseband value that we see in the
what?
time offset table. So now we have a value of
Exactly.
1643, 3687.14954, and we add minus 183 point whatever this number is here to get this value. If we treat this value as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, then we get a time of 18 minutes and 23 seconds past midnight on January 29th, which is also the time that we show here as the baseband time. Finally, we can take the monotonic time and add the minus 181 seconds shown in the system to get this value, which equates to 18 minutes and 25 seconds past midnight on the 29th of January, which is the same as the display time up here. So all this is essentially doing is saying that the counter that is built into the iPhone is registered at the time of that we see in the top, the monotonic time. This is not necessarily the time that the event happened. You have to offset it with this value here in order to get the actual time that this happened. My own personal phone, when I was doing this testing, the time difference between the monotonic time and when something actually happened was over 2 weeks. There was a massive difference because my phone has been drifting so far since I originally bought and set up that phone. And again, when I was testing this, I can turn the flashlight on, turn the flashlight off. Both of those activities are recorded in the power log database. If I just look at the monotonic time, it's off by over 2 weeks. If I do this process to calculate the correct offset, it shows exactly when I turned that flashlight on and when I turned the flashlight off. The calculation is imperative. Without the calculation, these timestamps are irrelevant. And all Axiom is doing here is they're showing you the values that they use in order to calculate the final value. It doesn't mean that you can take the monotonic timestamp and read anything into it. It's completely irrelevant on its own.
Is it necessary to understand this process in order to ensure the integrity of the time that you're offering to the jury so you understand whether it's accurate or not?
It would be if we were discussing power log data. Power log data only really encompasses things like battery level, the time date that it's plugged in, button presses, camera usage, things like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time. They both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned. Do
you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other. So to summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only difference is the monotonic time, which is how power logs record information, but you need to offset the times to figure out when that activity actually happened.
Makes no sense.
And that you only have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely
I totally remember why I drifted off during this.
Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit of background on this before you start?
Yes.
Slide?
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the battery temperature increases too high, it becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes, throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffin, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
Apparently not like that. There we go.
Thank you.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid 80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes, and the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffin, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature has dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. At 53 minutes past, it's dropped it to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped it to 55 Fahrenheit. At 1:36, it's dropped it to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made 6 minutes after 6 a.m. when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffin, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know, accurately no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14?
I don't know.
37 degrees?
Yeah, correct. This is the coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop. As we know, the phone is traveling in a car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, for, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened. And at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen, and at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen, and at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage, and at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use, and at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night.
Correct, up until 6:15 a.m.
And 12:32:09 was the last time before the phone moved again the next morning.
Correct.
Is there one more area that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. This was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of the pocket, or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera.
Yeah, exactly.
There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs. That was
I can't say enough that if you use, I have to use this reference because they're all similar. Excuse me, my voice is cracking, but they're all similar. If you use Pokemon Go or any sort of gaming app or tracking, health tracking, it's all tracks your steps the same way. And it registers if you're going too fast for it to be walking. It knows the difference between walking and even running and being in a car. It's absolutely ridiculous.
able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So again, whenever the device receives a phone call or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera is blocked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state. And it will continue to record pocket state until either the obstruction is removed, so the device has been removed from the pocket, or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check to be completed. So for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time. At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 seconds where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
Mr. Whiffin, as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline, putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order?
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of course. So again, this combines all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. A phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You coming here?" At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight climb events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message, "You coming here," is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying, "Here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "Here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "Pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen. Call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in a pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler. 37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also showed some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. This is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device, which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, where are you? And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello.
I totally agree. Good morning.
And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device
It's
on the front yard somewhere, kind of around the flagpole area. 55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, I'm going home. 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, see you later. Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, your kids are cooking alone.
Mr. Whiffin, based on your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us, that wave was initiated around 12:19, that the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37. That the only health data during that later time there, 12:30, was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16. That the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, and an increased reduction.
Objection, Your Honor.
I need to hear the question first.
Including a increased reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area, 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I'm gonna allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12,
Objection, Your Honor.
24, 33,
So
until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's my opinion.
objections sustained. Ask the question in a different phone.
Do you have an opinion where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022, through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes. Based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Never moved
All right.
far
Mr. Whiffin.
away from the flagpole.
Okay.
What is far away? It's such bullshit testimony. His whole testimony is just bullshit. All right, let me get to the they're out of order. I gotta get over to his cross exam. Because after his cross is general, we're gonna get into her tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed with the
Yes.
administrative matters? May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation with the prosecution, I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffin. The first one,
So, yes, they can come into evidence. They can come into evidence. There's a stipulation. So
And
we
so-
can mark it as the next exhibit.
if we can, that's page 29 for the next exhibit. Separately, please. The next exhibit will be pages 77 and
I haven't
78
seen that
of the
movie in
same
a long
report.
time, Steven. Now I want to watch it.
The third and last is page 43 and page 44.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffin. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Good afternoon.
Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And in cases like this, literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline that you had gone through with Mr. Brennan. And rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference. And with the court's permission, we will put the timeline back on that's already in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to start with page 70, which we have is 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolf, go to that.
And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffin, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438, and it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the
what
next
is today?
page, please.
Tony?
We have up at the top,
The youth?
12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival, we have device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up.
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry.
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
In terms of the next entry, 12:25:08, it says, read message, you coming here, with 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go back to 76, please, Mr. Wolf. So in the last line there, message reading left to right 12:20:49, it says message received from someone listed in context as Brian Higgins. Do you see that? So if we could go back
It's been so long
slide
since I've seen that
80.
movie.
Excuse me, if we could go back to
I really
slide
want to watch
79.
it now.
That phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, I was just highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were you coming here.
But you didn't note in this entry when it was read by John that message was from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next entry, lock, again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir, is a time of 12:25:09. And it says device locked with lock button.
Yes.
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your March 2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had in your report?
Yes, that's covered in the location section of this report. The PowerPoint.
So there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time
The record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location latitude longitude was moving westerly, but at the same time, the accuracy was increasing. So it didn't intrinsically prove the device was moving.
My question, Mr. Whiffin, is straightforward in this sense, that I'm just looking for an answer of whether on this timeline you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that timeline?
No, I left it out of the timeline.
Next entry, 2733. That's 12/27/33. You note that there's a message received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have two people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if the John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question. Now you have, at this point,
Gotcha, Stephen.
12/27/33, you have two people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John or the phone is coming to, or if John is coming to 34 Fairview. Okay.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Thank you,
Lesser.
Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have two people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct? Okay.
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, in terms of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is they're trying to find, excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wolf. This is 12/27/45, device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then right under that is 12/27/48. It says read message, which it says here. And is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank you. And that, the fact that Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes, you did not, it does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct. Correct.
Next entry, 2750, device locked with lock button. Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above, there's read messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean that's a pocket state?
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked
what he asked
and when the
you.
device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it. If the camera is not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call with it in your pocket and remove it in order to get pocket state cleared.
Thank you, because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state cleared. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942 when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Next entry is a call at 12:29:44. And that, you state, is an incoming call from Jen McCabe. So there you do indicate the name. And you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered out in front of 34 Fairview?
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44 the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
Correct.
So you've concluded that this was a call that was indeed answered by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Mr. Wolk 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Can you just state for the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And is it correct that the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact, Jen McCabe says, "Pull behind me"?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next entry, which is Deck 82. It's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
That is health data.
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, it would just be health data.
Right. So the correct parlance is health data, correct? Particularly when we're getting to steps. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's important to be precise about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry, 12:31:56, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
It's approximately that, yeah.
Right. Would you accept approximately 84 feet? So as we discuss meters, we can go to feet and
Yes.
about 84.
I would accept it approximately 3 times 25.
Right. So in your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time, you stated that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So again, your conclusion from your analysis is with these 36 steps, the device at this point began moving. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Next entry, 12:32:03. Pocket state cleared, correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the phone, or not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's
correct?
happened, yeah.
Next, 12:32:04, device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:32:05, it states application focused messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yep. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 12:32:06.
How's your leg today, sweetie?
And it states red message, quote, "Pull behind me," close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but that's the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 12:31:47, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 12:32:09, and you've got here end application focus, and then you state device lock with lock button for the last time.
Correct.
So that's again pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 12:32:16, that is 7 seconds after the lock It's the end of the health event of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
So in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous, the report that you mentioned on direct, which is the March 2025 report. Your Honor indicated a time for the break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep
All
continuing?
right, Mr. Leslie, folks, let's stop. Turn the lights, please.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffin?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with.
Mary B, I don't know if you heard me. I know I talk over a lot, so, but hopefully you guys can hear me still. We gotta, I just want to warn, if something goes out, please let me know, because I just got a warning from StreamYard. It says YouTube API issues. YouTube is currently experiencing some issues with their APIs that might prevent some users from going live on the destination. Our team is monitoring the platform for further updates. So, first and foremost, I hope you guys can still hear me. Can you guys hear me? Can you chat? Like, what the hell just happened? Oh, no issues so far for me. Okay, good. You can hear me. Okay. Mary B, because I when you came in and said hello, I said, "Oh, how's your leg today, sweetie?" But sometimes when I talk over the, the YouTube video, you can't hear me. But then I got that notice, so I wanted to make sure everything was still streaming okay. So I don't know what the hell's going on. It's weird. It just popped up at the top of my StreamYard. Thank you, sweetie. So anyways, we'll continue. That was weird. I don't know where this, like, how, I've never had a anything pop up like that before. So I wanted to make sure everything was working. Yeah, I don't even know what API is. What does that mean? YouTube API issues. Oh, yes, it cut out. I heard you say something, but I didn't know what you said. Gotcha. Yeah, I got to remind myself to pause when I start talking, because but yeah, I just asked you how your leg is because I want to check in. Hopefully all's good. I fell asleep listening to Danny talk last night. But I woke up and then I did get to see the video they made of you using your your knee scooter. It was funny. Traveling back and forth in front of the TB's music video is just funny. Oh, she doesn't hate you, Zach. Shut up. Application programming interface. Thank you, Cheryl. Like I said, I have no clue when it comes to that kind of stuff. Moni G is gonna go take a hike. Did someone tell Moni G to take a hike? Zach, was that you? Just kidding. Have a good time on your hike. I don't blame you. Yard work sucks. It's chilly though, so stay warm. Oh, who invited Zach? I don't know. He just shows up every day. Did you see Toy's new song for me? No. Is there? Oh my God, I gotta watch it. Hold on, we gotta take a break. Is it on Toy's channel, I'm assuming? Like I said, I fell asleep. I did see the Darth Vader Mary B. That was funny. This is it, I'm assuming. Can someone put Toy's link in the chat for me, please? She's amazing. Oh, I gotta, where's the volume? Hold on.
On a merry-go-round.
Oh, so good.
Hey,
Shelly.
On a merry-go-round.
I already like it. I need her to make me a music video one day. I really, really do. Hey, now, Matt.
Don't even touch the ground. Let it spin, let it ride. Round and round, no end in sight. Ain't no chains, watch me glide. Chaos whispering, I feel alive. Lights blur, world on tilt. On this merry-go-round.
Mary B, watch me thrive.
No straight lines in my lane. Pedal down, fuck the brakes. I don't chase shit, just gravitates like magnets in the skin. It falls right in my face. Gold raining. Why I laugh at the race. I don't stop. I don't slow. Heart racing, let the current take control. World blurring, secrets overload. Nobody knows where this dizzy road goes. On the merry-go-round, spinning up, won't come down. Round and round, play that sound. Never lost and never bound. I don't chase. I turn. Round and round, play that sound. Never lost and never bound. Mary B.
Oh, I love it. It's so good. She's awesome. I swear, I always comment on her videos. The graphics that she does are just amazing. And I asked her if she was for hire way back when I had a little bit of extra money. But I hope maybe one day I can get her to make one for me, because she does an amazing job with the graphics and the music. Like I couldn't even come close. I'm excited when I get one AI picture, not a video, a picture turns out the way I want it. So I couldn't imagine trying to make an entire video the way she makes hers. They're amazing. But since we're here, yeah, she is awesome. and it does fit your vibe. That's my kind of music. This is still one of my favorites. She really took her time for this, asked me a lot of questions. That's awesome. It's amazing. I really love it. And the graphics that she comes up with are just truly, I'm in awe of the stuff that she does. But since we are here, I always got to listen to my favorites when we go here, or when I listen to Toy's music. You need to go subscribe if for any reason you have not yet, because her songs are just, they're awesome. Since we're taking our break, though, I do want to play my favorites. As soon as I can find it.
Chat rats, y'all ready? Light it up. Light it up. It's that time. Let's roll.
Got the crew on the dial and we setting out east. Rat daddy at the wheel on a trail for the beast. Toy got receipts and a pocket full of names, and we busting out truce like we blowing out flames. Eastbound and down, chat rats rolling heavy. Truth on our tailgate, justice riding steady. Mic in our hand and the signs all red. Ain't no lies slipping past what the chat rat said. Clerks got the playlist, angels taking charge. Law leans on the mic and her notes hit hard. Mary B's lifted, but she's sharper than attack. Dean's dropping questions while he's rolling in his Cadillac.
Breaker, rap mama here, got eyeballs on that shady scene. Y'all ready? Light it up, rats. 10-4-20.
Northbound and bold, truth in the backseat. Chat rats got that heat, can't be beat. From the chat rats lounge to the courthouse gate, we ride for the truth and we show up to see that fate. We ride for the truth and we show up to see that fate. We ride for the truth and we show up to see that fate.
So good. See, that's my type of music. I like all kinds of music. I'm a huge 80s fan, but I don't know, I just like that kind of hip hop dance vibe. It's always been my favorite, maybe because when I went clubbing, it was, the mid 2000s, and that's what sticks. We're going to play one more.
My dear lovies, today we are gathered here with some cold, hard
I love
facts.
all you guys.
So let's talk some shit. Wakey, wakey. Fear not, my lovies. The nurse is in the house. I'm handling it. Let's fucking go. Clutch those pearls, lovies. Clutch them tight. Not today, Satan. Not on my watch tonight. Oh. Show me it. Nurse Kim in this bitch, and I'm handling it. Get on your knees. This might sting a little. Take you down to unimpound town right now, if not sooner. Chill. I don't need luck. I'm blessed and trained. You question me. Who's the fool now? Fuckery foot, scammers on the loose. Lose my number, motherfuckers, I'm cutting y'all loose. Why in the Christ would you not preserve evidence properly? What is happening right now? Tiny baby Jesus and Mary. Hey, babe. Oh shit, somebody needs a lifeline. Oh hell, we need a welfare check. Right fucking now. Ow, the clutch I clutch lovies when the x-rays entered the chat. All is interwoven in perpetuity. That's a fact. Fear not my lovies, the nurse is in the house. I'm handling it, let's fucking go. Clutch those pearls, lovies, clutch them tight. Not today, Satan, not on my watch tonight. Stop it, show me it. Nurse Kim in this bitch and I'm handling it. I've been known to get a little feisty on the Twitter sometimes. Cluck, motherfuckers, y'all just wasting my time. Oh, what's this? I found something in my pocket. You can't tell me shit. I'm the hostess with the mostest. Period, clutch, clinch, kegel, hold, release. I'm trying to be what I'm supposed to be. Right now it's me, it's you. We just here to talk shit and have fun, you see. There's a little feather to put in your cap. I'm clutching my pearl. Stop it. Show me it. Ooh. Fear not, lovies. We'll take care of it. Fear not, lovies, we'll take care of it. Fear not, my lovies. The nurse is in the house, I'm handling it. Let's fucking go. Clutch those pearls, lovies, clutch them tight. Not today, Satan, not today. Show me it. Nurse Kim in this bitch, and we're running this shit forever. Right now it's me. It's you. We just here to talk shit and have some fun. Now clutch, clinch, kegel, hold, release. Clues, motherfuckers.
I love it. So good. Toy's amazing. When I first started watching the Chat Rats too, I always fell asleep. And I agree with you, Mary B. I think you're the one that says, oh no, Cheryl said it. Cheryl, I agree with you that he plays baby making music now. It's always the slow ones. But I'll never forget the very first time I went in there. I told this story a couple of times, but the very first time I went to the stream and he was playing music and I fell asleep. And then I woke up probably an hour later and they were playing, I think, the same song. And I was like, wow, fell asleep to your voice, fell asleep to Danny, and then, wake up to music. Cool. And Danny made the comment that most people go there. He's like, most people come here to fall asleep. This was several months ago. But Danny's just got that voice, just calming voice. I always said he could probably make a lot of money doing a late night stream for ladies. I don't know if Toy would like it, but just like, come here and listen to me talk. I can put you to sleep. It wouldn't even matter what he's talking about. Oh, you guys are talking weather. So it's snowing in New Hampshire. Ugh. It's not snowing here, thankfully. Katie D says, Zach, I'll invoice you for my time and help. Zach says it was 42 this morning, but 70 now. It's I think it's like 42 degrees here. It's not even 42. It's 38. 38 degrees here in Southeast Michigan. It's cold. But it's supposed to get warm again this weekend, I believe. Can't stand the cold weather. I'm so excited for it to be at least make it at least like between 55 and 60 degrees or higher every single day, and to be perfectly happy. And of course, now that I'm trying to search the weather, my app doesn't want to open or load. Zach says, you may invoice till your heart content. Doesn't mean he's going to pay it, right? Melmac, it's 42 and sunny today in Chicago. Yeah, here too. So it's 38 degrees, but sunny. Shelly, it's 32 and snowy here. I'm over it. Yeah, James, we're still with this guy. We took a music break for a minute and we got to go back. But he's on cross now. So it's much more tolerable, I think, with a lessee going at him. You have a channel that does that to you? It's their voices when they talk. Yeah, makes you fall asleep. Hey, Care Bear. Got work done, can hang out now. Woohoo! So my weather app finally loaded. So today it's 40 degrees as a high. And then tomorrow for the next 10 days, it's going to be between 55 and 69. So I can't complain. It's kind of shitty. Shitty or shifty? Shifty and drizzle in Boston. Just started downpouring in Quincy. Oh, I'm sorry. Rainy and windy here, but 71. I'd rather have rainy and windy and 71 degrees than 40 degrees and sunny. Sorry, I just would. Where are you at, Care Bear? I don't know where you're at. Most everybody else, I kind of know, at least what state they're in. That's what I thought. Shitty. I said that first. Worcester is clear for now, but 40 degrees. So Worcester and where I'm at, Southeast Michigan, are pretty much the same. About 40 degrees. Sunny, clear, but cold. Ah, Care Bear is in Florida. Never been to Florida. Always wanted to go. I'll get there one day. All right. We are going to get back into this cross and enjoy Bob Alessi doing what he does best.
With page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, and if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffin that we had published yesterday in DEC 79. Mr. Whiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is, again, a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records, which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And so
right.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go stay on
What just
that
blows
report.
everything
And the third
he
paragraph
said
says,
before out of the water.
the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
Correct.
in fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Okay,
Now,
Angie,
the
thank
next
you.
paragraph
I'm gonna cut
says,
now.
at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of
He just
your
called him Mr. Wolf.
into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolf.
Did you?
So
Did he
the
call him?
paragraph that begins
Guys,
with
calling
at
him
12
Mr. Wolf.
of your report. Back, Mr. Wolk, to page 20. Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29
Their
of
face.
your report into the text. And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolf. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when
He's
the
getting
device begins
irritated.
recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data
He is getting so damn irritated. He called him Mr. Wolf twice. Did you guys hear that? Oh, he's saying Wolk? Wolk. That's their tech guy. Oh. Thanks, guys. I didn't know that. He's calling him the wrong name?
centers on. Go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29
Gotcha.
of
That's the
your
tech guy he's
report
talking to.
into the text.
Got it.
And if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolf. So the paragraph that
Wait
begins
a
with
minute.
at
I'm just
12:38:13,
not
when the
listening
device
properly.
begins recording higher accuracy.
I got it. So the person doing the tech stuff, his name is Mr. Wolk. I was like, did he seriously just call him by the wrong name? But no. I'm just not hearing properly today, apparently.
Information again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii, some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to connect this.
Shame on me for thinking Alessi would make that kind of mistake. I know better than that. I deserve a ruler over the hand for that. Sorry.
Part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correct?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. We'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Wolf, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than.
And that's because Mary B she knows, okay? She knows what she's talking about. So she has every right to be a know-it-all bitch. Okay, got it, Zach? You hear that?
The data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data. Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze
accurate?
application
Tries.
more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolf, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 1225, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolf, you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms.
Zach, you better watch that mouth of yours. You're going to get consequences. quote unquote whining from all sides if you're not careful.
terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by.
Yeah, Mary B, I do have to make a comment about that. I heard you talking about it last night when they were talking about high heels. And I say the same thing. I completely agree that I'd prefer to just be barefoot. I hate wearing shoes. I hate even wearing socks most of the time if I don't have to. I definitely can't stand wearing any socks that are even even slightly wet in one tiny little portion. So as soon as I get in from the snow, my shoes and socks are off.
By the flagpole and the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So if we can enlarge that depiction. So yesterday, Mr. Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer is
no.
Right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I totally agree, Mary B.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a report. Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Right, please.
That's okay.
What a dumbass.
Mr. Whiffin, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
Do you believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162.2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162.2? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger? Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffin?
Very vaguely.
Okay.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection? Again.
All right, so why don't I see Councilor Taiba? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
Oh, geez, oh, Pete.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In case you didn't see it.
If I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection. Again.
All right, so why don't I see Councilor Taiba? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I speak by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an Aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. 82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct? Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler?
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock, device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. It says read message pull behind me, and that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's a Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then
For those of you who were here earlier when Maylin was letting us know that her mom was at the hospital, she has an update and it says, update on mom. It was her blood pressure, but they got it going down and sending her home. I will let you know when we get home. Sounds good, Maylin. Again, as always, sending thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Scott. Yes, now's a good time for the grift. Because I'm still behind and in a little rough shape. If you'd like to support the channel, as I am not monetized, I do have my PayPal QR code in the top left corner. I have started to put the link in the description of today's live, as well as in my bio and in the ticker at the bottom. I have buy me a coffee and payment and my PayPal. And then pinned at the top of the chat, if I can ask if you can support anything monetary, it will go a long way in helping support what I'm going through financially and getting my channel going. If you can't, all I ask is if you could share it anywhere and everywhere that you're able to. It means the world to me to do that, and that you guys are here with me every day hanging out. So thank you. I love you guys so much. All right, here we go.
and it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12:32:16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again, 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall writing in your
No
March
swallowing,
2025
Jack.
report the following?
Not today.
The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again at 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters, 34 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
The Does that mean you didn't read it or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, you better replenish it soon, Zach. Let's go.
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just want to make sure I got the entire report. Mr. Whiffin,
thank you.
May I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you have, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's
So
not.
let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
That there was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I did.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct? The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a locked state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffin?
Very thank you.
Yes.
She's always sticking her nose in.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And
Okay.
Mr. Whiffin, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario one. Test scenario one, you took an iPhone. If I'm remembering correctly, same model is John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or
It's
this
the
test?
same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Wolf, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point, so we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario one, approximately the date?
It's a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
Sort of your just regular freezer that everybody has.
A regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that you have from it. Let's start at the 1710 time frame where it's placed in the freezer and and we're going to go with Fahrenheit. Is that okay with you?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Now I'm hungry.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if you want to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor. 3.33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if we take the time that we start out with the control temperature,
I'll be right back,
and then
guys.
we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which is in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm back.
So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22-degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped 50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature, right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
I don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was minus 5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery. One second, sir. I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions?
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who
as part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan?
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your answer moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
He is so uncomfortable.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question now?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Okay.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Wait, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct? Okay.
Sustained us to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday in your presentation to the jury in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffin?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though, sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly, correct?
Yes.
Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffin, if you bear with me, I just have one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees, and then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Can you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffin, and thank you for bearing with me on this. at 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries. Okay. Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text. So if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history. And now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 18:47, this is 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call, duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing. I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Let me just say that.
No.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, please?
Yes. Okay.
So, Your Honor, I have a replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously replaced Exhibit 42, and it's per stipulation of the school board. May I present it to Mr. Whiffin?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffin. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, we had started going through the top 3 entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51, incoming call, duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an incoming...
Mr. Leslie, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order? Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call, duration of seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
I think this is about the time already that I got annoyed with how many times Canoni interrupted Alessi or any of the defense team. She was always interrupting them. As soon as they get like on a roll of questions and get them on, you know, just on a roll on the speed, the timing of everything to put the witness on their heels, fucking Auntie Bab would just interrupt and ruin the entire flow.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffin, you should feel free to look at the hard copy exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those one last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436, and then skipping 1 to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity?
This is what Kazi G and I went over yesterday.
Between
Broken Baker, what's up?
1 minute.
I actually did it on.
Hold on. I gotta say hi to everybody. I missed it. I was concentrating so much. How are you, Broken Baker? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I allow him as long as he stays on his best behavior, because he knows that I will take that wrench away so fast. Can't get rid of Zach. Zach likes it fishy. Ooh, oh my. I can't say it like the baker. I wish I could. I love the way he says that. But this is what Kazi G and I went over yesterday, this exact part of the testimony. When it was brought up on direct about his testing, and then when Alessi is trying to impeach that testimony about the testing on that specific route, it's shut down. I cannot wait until I see that sidebar, because this is absolute bullshit.
Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that? I have got her. I'll need to be her briefing.
I'm sorry?
I have got to be her briefing.
Okay. Right over.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic. Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Yes.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted. The data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct.
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA-256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something's changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match and you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct? And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value match,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe, dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct. And
the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct? Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report, to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't know.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Let's go back to the 2:27:40 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, how long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute?
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says? The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools.
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
Yes.
So Insights is a
It's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So this Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
They're two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used, the competitor of Celebrite, called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, AXIOM, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case.
Correct.
With regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
And that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it.
Yes.
After the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we release the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
yes,
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
Could I see Counselor Cybar for just a minute, please?
Oh my God.
Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct.
And it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from, so none of its programs had, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, you can't.
Just
Shut
respond
up.
to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
yes,
that program at the proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change.
I didn't ask you if I just asked whether they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But
do
they
that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Let me just finish the answer.
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Whiffin?
yeah, my
did
apologies.
finish
I'm
the
having
answer.
trouble
You're
hearing, but I'll
supposed to keep
pause
going.
more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations
Prince
of
Lover?
that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Oh, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer
shape
is
it,
yes,
yes.
you shape the data.
Yes.
Wow.
These various forensic tools, Celebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fine.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions like you give because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion oftentimes with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 2:27:40 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffin. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of
Of
that
course.
text?
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I said sustained.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear that.
There is strike any answer that may have.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 2:27:40 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools and your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No,
You did not.
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I can't, but the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2:27:40, the issue of deletions, you stated yesterday that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable?
Yes.
Under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst,
Oh, now we got
do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared one way or another what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
So I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
Okay. Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so did anybody ever share with you the important points
at different intervals
of the
based on
decrease
the
in temperature of the cell phone
outside?
battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you follow the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's actually given an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining it.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top. Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
right.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Judge, Your Honor, will you approach, please?
Okay.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you? Correct. You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
The form, sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
that is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
At 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in the car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Changes to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint and we'll start at 12:24:25? You can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole.
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report, just to recall. Yes, around 12:31:56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Correct.
Okay. And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time?
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No, iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
I'm going to align.
Oh my
It's
God.
approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving. What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes,
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees.
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. But does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved? On the 12:32:16.
No more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found.
So could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, you asked that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
There is. That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now, at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
Do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14.
Correct.
And that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature.
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I'd ask you an opinion about where the phone was located, based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
Within 15 minutes.
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the
But he would have been
randomness of the location data.
incapacitated immediately.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't. No.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan. Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Oh
Sustained.
my God.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Oh, of
It was
course.
based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was,
Hold on.
was it your opinion the phone was in the car until?
Moni G, what happens with that injury is he would have instantly, from the moment basically of impact and the shake of the brain and the injury to the brain, he would have been immediately immobile. He wouldn't have been able to move. He wouldn't have been conscious. He wouldn't have been able to touch his phone or talk or any of the above. He would have been basically laying there, motionless, besides maybe some twitching or such, until he passed away. And it's like Dr. Lapasada or Russell or both said that most likely it would have been fairly quick, between like 15 and 20 minutes. To the point where even if he had gotten this injury right at the hospital, they probably wouldn't have been able to do anything.
Let's stop at the flagpole.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, Does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56, 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps. If,
I'm sorry.
no, please. If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
I'll allow it.
Are you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research
Um,
into a
I
phone
don't think
that's been
she
attributed to Jennifer
actually.
McCabe.
I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know about Portobello, but I
You
know
looked at one piece of
that
your report
I
on
think
the
it's
screen, and that was
that goes
a
into
phone
it in detail.
call register.
Oh, yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
That's not me.
My opinion on that. Hold
This
on.
is now-
My opinion on that, Moni G, because she said Moni G says, and all of his friends in quotations just stood around wondering why he wasn't dead. My opinion on that is that so several of them are first responders, being cops. They would have recognized the signs because first and foremost, he would have vomited. When you lose all function, your body releases your muscles relax, so everything gets pushed out. Okay, that injury, even before death and all that stuff coming out, it would have caused vomiting, which is another reason that vomit makes such a big deal to me, is that where did all the vomit go? Why is there only some on his underwear? How did he get on his underwear and not the rest of his clothes? And if he was incapacitated immediately, how did it travel downward? Unless he was picked up and moved. That's one of the biggest things I brought up that I don't know why they didn't harp on. Like, how the hell did that get there? Disgusting people, all right. Yep, Hank is a snake. They sleep at night because they don't care. Sick. Come on, play.
Marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that your?
This is not me. No.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please? On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the Toronto Keys cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery starts dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is default.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
Just slimy.
And is that
piece of
common and
shit.
typical in the industry?
Thank you.
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I can see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts
I have a
have become
blog.
peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
William Long to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I've been looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination. There was a dispute about the time origin of the search how long to die encode. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
You got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is default.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of? Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from the examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
Yeah, solves the
And
issue
since
by
then,
just
has in
deleting
your
the fucking
world,
timestamp.
academic and
Oh
research
my
world,
God.
forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when this search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of the case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Celebrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Oh, you did that
Before
already.
prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Celebrite search was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Celebrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have
Oh my
concerns
God,
if
you took
a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Yeah, of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
It doesn't say what we wanted to, so we'll
When that
delete it.
decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the forensic research group. This is a team based at Celebrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Celebrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is different.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results from the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it
irritated.
cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier can relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
Mr. Whiffin, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep, I'll try
Rephrase.
again. You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits
Yes.
that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily, the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are. It understands where the Bluetooth beacons are. And if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
Be careful driving.
Can you share with us
As
some
always.
factors that can affect that location data?
Yes.
In addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Ask it differently.
Oh my God. Thank you.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
I'm going to
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of the report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Watch the form of the question.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period. And that shared the same latitude, longitude as the central point.
And looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
I'm going to allow it.
Allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course.
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as the chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
Then move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map that shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
Ask that differently, Mr. Bannon.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this talk? How does that help us understand the movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data, or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are two different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap. So it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the course permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to give us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay. First of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know Jerry's earlier hoping to
try to
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Make this just a little closer.
Let me pull forward. Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask that you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded. Sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was doing a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I've made. I'm going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411x. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record, and I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed. I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed. And I can go back over here and reload. And you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately. And tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, there's no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Celebrite removed that process as timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Celebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Celebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The light's on, please. Mr. Leslie?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you.
Do you want Mr. Whiffin to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
Magnet Forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you just created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Okay. So that demonstration, therefore, was created after Celebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
Yep.
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Celebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me see if I can rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to different.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Oops, hold on. That is going to be all the testimony we go through today. Because I am doing my psych night tonight at 8:30. Tomorrow will be Jennifer McCabe. That'll be a nice, exciting one, back to Ian Whiffin. That's why definitely, even, I can't stand Spanky's voice. Oh my God. But I have to say, at least it's more fast-paced to watch again than the brutal first trial that was, did it snow? What if any? Where if any? What if any? Did it snow? Over and over and over again by Lally. Oh my God. So, thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out, going over Whiffin's testimony. We didn't get any new puns today, but I have so many from yesterday. It's okay. We're going to have some fun tomorrow with Jen McCabe's testimony. Maybe we can come up with some more memes tomorrow, just to have a little fun. And with that being said, let's cleanse the palate with one more thing before I go and send you off. Give me 1 second. Gotta clear the palate, cleanse the palate, however you say it, after listening to Spanky for so long. Bear with me. Gotta do it.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lally. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy, I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial 1 jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not 1 guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, Hank, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rich about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly. Standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not Lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky. Yeah, yeah.
cleanses the palette really nicely. Okay. And Maylin, tell your neighbors to F off because dancing to that song is so much fun. Because, of course, we love Fervent. Fervent Haas does amazing, amazing videos, and that is just my absolute favorite to laugh and smile at, especially after having to spend the afternoon listening to his nasty ass and nasally voice. So, anyways, guys, thank you so much for being here. I love you more than you will know. I will be back tonight at 8:30 for Psych Night on personality disorders. So I hope to see you guys all there if you can make it. Have a great evening, everyone, and I'll see you at 8:30. Love you. Bye.